Okay. I should be back for the YouTubers. Can you see me, YouTubers? Can you hear me, YouTubers? Can you see me, tubers? Stream crashed. Good, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. This image broke my fucking OBS. I did. Thank you, Volticon. Thank you for the subs. I did see that. I really appreciate it. Anyway,
Howdy do, boys.
Thank you. So yes, I laugh at agenda piece memes, but not because I'm laughing like with the agenda and I'm laughing with these guys trying to make fun of a character. I'm laughing because they, in a roundabout way, will accidentally appeal to like the Sanji girls. The fucking Sanji girlies love this. Because you know what, when this was happening and when Sanji was like, oh, Zoro's a liability, and that made Zoro jump into gear, us Sanji girlies, us Zoro-san girlies, we were like, oh, so Sanji whips Zoro's ass to work. Like, Zoro whips Zoro's ass into shape to get him working. And then they made the fucking Zoro-san cheerleading agenda piece. Volticon, you are far too kind. Thank you. You are far, far, far too kind. But yeah, this cracked us up real bad. Because we were like, we like this shit. Like, we're into that. Thank you, Volticon. You're incredibly kind. Do. The mushroom lady. Should I know of the mushroom lady? Is this a bit? Is this a bit? Are you about to like go haha? What? I've not heard of the mushroom lady. This is like the Hat Man. I've never heard of the mushroom lady. What? Where has this come from? It's the way you said it to me, like, you know, the mushroom lady. I'm sorry, the mushroom lady. The Muffin Man? I thought it was gonna be that. I didn't know. Oh my god, that's terrible. Well, I'm glad she was found guilty, I suppose. The Muffin Man. Ah, yes, justice at work. Sorry, someone said Zoro Conqueror Hucky in my YouTube chat, and now I'm thinking about Zoro, your cock is leaking. Zoro, what are they talking about? I think about that art all the time. Who is it? It's Luffy, Gaban, King, and Kaido saying, Zoro, your cock is leaking. And Zoro's blushing. My cock. It's such a good art. Share the art? Hang on, let me see if I can find it. It was a while ago, but I'm sure I can scroll and search. Damn, do I shut up on Twitter? Can I please shut up for one day? Good lord. Yapatron 3000. There it is! I found it. So this is the artist before I show you. That is the artist. And then this is the art. What are they talking about? Zoro, your cock is leaking. Yeah, so here's the artist. At Marimo_for_real. That's a fantastic ad. I love this. What are they talking about? Oh, Sanji! Sanji, it's embarrassing for him. Oh, it means French? Oh my god, Madame of French. Tsubaki, we still have to finish Kuroko's basketball in my Discord. God, it's just been a time. I've talked about pre and post time skip a lot, and I like all of One Piece, so I find it really hard to like decipher. But overall, I probably like post time skip more because I like the arcs a lot more in post time skip because Oda has gotten significantly better at writing. Like, my favorite arcs are mostly post-time skip arcs. But again, that's not to say that I don't like the other arcs. I like all the arcs in One Piece. The only way I can rank arcs is 1, Whole Cake Island, 2, Dressrosa. After that, I can't tell you. Because I like all of them. Like, it's hard. It's hard to rank things in One Piece because everything's so good. If I had to pick a favorite pre-time skip arc, if I had to... Alabasta and Skypiea I adore. I just really like Skypiea. I really like Wiper. Skypiea is such a good read, like... And I love Alabasta, of course. Yes, even Long Ring. I am a Long Ring Longland defender because it was fun. When we got to the Davy Back fight and we had the Straw Hats like in these like stupid games that were still serious, like versing people together, that was so fun. One of my absolute favorite moments in One Piece is Zoro and Sanji's Groggy Ball competition. It is so fun. It's just so fun. I was shocked when I found out people didn't like it. I was like, this is one of the funnest arcs One Piece has. It's small and it's really fun. Well, now that we're getting a callback to Davy Back fight, and now that we've also gotten a callback to Groggy Ball, because Zoro and Sanji together took out a Groggysaurus with the exact same move that they used to win the Groggy Ball game, now I'm more sure than ever that we are going to get a, like, Wings duo attack, an official one. Or Zoro and Sanji as a duo are about to grow further together. Because again, they are the Wings. And it's clear that this Conquerors Haki thing is a double thing. Like, this is a dynamic thing. Because the Conqueror Haki thing, while it's like, Zoro, your cock is leaking, Sanji was part of that too. He was talking to Gaban too. Now they're about to run upstairs together. I'm now more sure than ever that whatever's going to happen with Elbaf, it's going to include the Wings dynamic being further established and further shown as an important dynamic for the Straw Hats. You hate Foxy? To be fair, a lot of people hate Foxy, but I have a friend who loves Foxy. He loves Foxy. He's like, when is Foxy coming back? There's really something for everyone in One Piece. By the way, do you say Kuma's name Bartholomew? Is it Bartholomew? I even say in this video Bartholomew, and then I'm like, am I saying that right? It is Bartholomew, okay. Next video is going to be a Patreon video. And then I have to do my manga reaction review videos. And then I also do want to do a video talking about Zoro's, Sanji's haki, but don't tell anyone that. Once again, Alabasta is just tricky because I have so much work to do on it and it's going to take up a lot of time. I want to talk about Sanji's conquerors because I feel fucking foolish. I feel foolish and stupid. That I just brushed it aside. Not because, like, I didn't think it was important, but I brushed it aside because I hate the way people act around haki and conquerors. I hate the way people are with haki. I just hate the idea you are useless if you don't have haki. I hate the way the audience perceives it. It really frustrates me because, of course, that's not how One Piece works. But the way I see haki, as I've talked to you guys about, is it's part of, like, a person and their will. I still truly believe that. And I do truly believe Sanji has the ability. He just doesn't have that same ambition because everything Sanji does is for others, not for himself. And I don't know how and I think that's his roadblock. I think Sanji's roadblock is he needs his own will to exist and not someone else's, you know? Like, I can quite happily say whatever I'm going to say about Sanji's conquerors, if he does get it, is not going to be like the way other people talk about it. Because I've seen the way other people talk about it. It's actually going to relate to his character and not just his fates, you know? Because I can't with that, I'm sorry. I have watched Madoka Magica. I actually did a rewatch pretty recently of it. Mm-hmm. So bye-bye. What has Shanks been sitting on? The will to spend his life with Buggy D Clown. His ambition is to just spend his life with Buggy. Damn it! Damn it! I can't get over that people were going crazy in the last chapter, specifically because of, like, the Harold Rocks clash. I don't quite understand. Can someone explain to me why that's such a big deal when we don't even know what Harold can do? Like, do you know what I mean? Because I'd understand if, like, Rocks clashed with Whitebeard, I guess. Why is the Harold clash such a big deal? Is Harold, like, perceived to be like insanely strong by like the power scalers or something? What fates does Harold have for people to care about that? It's because it implies? But we don't know anything about Harold's strength. So why does that make it... Oh, whatever. This is why I don't understand. This is why I don't understand this side of the fandom, guys. Harold's strength was hyped, but we haven't seen him do anything. I don't remember him doing anything. Am I just stupid? Like... Right. All I know is the reason I truly don't understand like that side of the fandom is because I never see them talk about Roger. I never see them talk about Roger, which is bizarre to me because Roger was the king. Like, it's, I don't know, it's just odd because it's like, why is it always talking about Whitebeard and Kaido and Rocks? They talk about Rocks more than they talk about Roger. And it's like, Roger was the king! Like, they will talk about Rayleigh's power more than they'll talk about Roger. Roger was the king! I just don't understand. I never see them talk about Roger. And I'm like, Roger is the big daddy. Like, why is Roger so ignored? Bro, Rox died before the story. And Rox is talked about more than Roger. Like, we've just met Rox. Right? I'm like seeing people saying Blackbeard is crazy strong because he's Rox's son. Put aside the fact that just because you're someone's son, it doesn't mean you're as strong as them. But why is Ace then not treated with any respect? Because he died? Like, Roger's literally the big daddy of One Piece. He's the man that made it all happen. I just don't understand. Roger, the reason Shanks is the way he is because of Roger. Like, Shanks's moves are inspired from watching Roger. So why the fuck is Roger not treated as the big daddy? I just don't understand. I don't get how these things work. I really don't understand how these things work. Like, Roger's the man. He's the guy. Guys, I'll never understand. I'll never understand that side. I just won't get it. Because what I was going to say is the way people reacted to Harold and Rox clashing is the way I reacted to Shanks saying, I just wanted a life with Buggy. And then those people who go fucking crazy about Rox and Harold clashing will look at me being excited about Shanks saying he just wanted to chill with Buggy and then be confused. I can at least look at them being excited about Rox and Harold clashing and go, yeah, I can see why that's exciting for you. But they cannot see why this scene is exciting for me. When that scene was literally confirming to me that Shanks didn't want this. That Shanks did actually really care about Buggy, as I've been saying for so long. And then they make fun of me instead. And it's like, you can't put yourself in my shoes, so instead you make fun of me. It's just so bizarre to me. Like, I can at least understand why they like Rox and Harold clashing, but they can't understand why I'm so excited about Shanks being like, I don't want to be here. I just wanted to chill with Buggy. Truly, the emotional versus the powerful, you know? Because a lot of people were telling me, oh my god, Mel, 1155 is like huge. It's huge. And then I read it and I was like, that was not as huge. Like, Rox being revealed was bigger, in my opinion, than that chapter. But chapter 1152, where Shanks, like, Shanks said that he wanted to just chill with Buggy. That was bigger to me. That was so much bigger to me. And no one understood it like I understood it. No one got it like I got it. The biggest part of that chapter was Rox's poster looking like Buggy's. That's the biggest part of that chapter. Rox making it to the Room of Flowers was good. Rox talking to Imu and seeing Imu was good. Also, Fuller Lead being, Australia. Thank you for the sub. I'm from Australia. Now, no, never mind. I was gonna have a stupid theory and then I realized it was wrong. No, I'm not saying it. I just realized it was wrong as I was thinking it. No, it's not happening. You guys can all speculate. No, I'm not saying it. Anyone who says a character can't join the Straw Hats because of power level is not reading One Piece properly. Like, when I say I think it's fully possible Vivi can join, and I get the but she's not very strong, already I've disregarded your opinion. Already I'm not listening to you. You're like, that is not how Luffy recruits people, and you're not reading One Piece right. Sorry, like, I'm confident in saying that. You seriously fucking think Luffy is like, but what are their power levels? Like, he doesn't give a fuck. The Straw Hats have proved time and time and time again, it is not fucking about physical strength. It's never been about physical strength. It's about if there's a will, there's a way. also, you know why they don't need to be like physically strong? Because there's a role on the crew that is made for someone to be physically strong and go into the ass crack of battle when needed. That role is fighter. And people will still say Zoro's role can't be fighter because fighter isn't a real role. Shut up. They'll be like, but that character's not strong enough. Yeah, it's almost like the Straw Hats will all help each other in different areas. Almost like how Zoro will help other characters on the battlefield because his role is to be on the battlefield. I know, that's crazy, right? Shut up. Shut up. There's literally a scene in Wano where Chopper needs the vial from Queen, but Chopper knows that they can't fight Queen, so Chopper says to Zoro, I need you to get that vial for me. And Zoro said, you got it. You got it, Choppington. I'm on my way. And then guess what he does? He beats them up. He beats their pussies up and he grabs the vial for Chopper. That's Zoro's job. His job is to beat people up. And he does a damn fucking good job at it. And people still don't believe me when I say, yes, it's a role. And Zoro is a very good fighter. He's very good at his job. The reason he sleeps on the ship is because there's fucking no one to fight. He's allowed to rest. That's also why when Sanji was versing King and Queen on his own, there's multiple things happening, right? But that's one of the reasons why Sanji was like, Zoro, get up! Get up! He needs him on the field, man. The Straw Hats need Zoro on the battlefield. He's their fighter. Zoro was knocked the fuck out because of his previous fight with Kaido. Sanji had to take on King and Queen on his own. And Sanji was yelling, Zoro, get up! Get up! You have to get up! We need you right now. Once again, there's a trend of Sanji saying to Zoro, get up. And Zoro says, you got it! Zoro, get up! Zoro, you're a liability. And then Zoro moves. He fucking moves into action. He says, oh, Sanji's kicked me up. The wife needs me. I gotta get up. I gotta get up. This is why I genuinely do think it is possible that when they're fighting the Holy Knights in Elbaf, when we get to it, that it's gonna be Sanji saying, Zoro, do something! It's gonna be Sanji saying, Zoro, hurry up! Get your cock out, Zoro! And Zoro goes, oh my god, fine! I genuinely think that's a possibility. I honestly think it could happen. I think it's possible. I really don't think that's far-fetched. We've seen it, or we've already seen Sanji like make Zoro whip it out. We saw that happen in Egghead. Zoro didn't know he could use conquerors, and then Zoro heard Sanji say he's a liability. That made Zoro's conquerors come out. We've already seen it happen. So it's like, I do think it's possible that Zoro's gonna be like struggling. They're both gonna be struggling. And then Sanji's gonna go, Zoro, do something! Do something! Because they're the wings. They hype each other up. They motivate each other. Zoro, lock in! He needs Sanji to kick his ass. He needs Sanji to give him a bit of a whip on the ass so Zoro actually gets his hockey out. Whip it out! It's not even far-fetched to say this because we watched it already happen. That's what's crazy. Some people would call me a crazy shipper for this, but we've seen it happen already. It happened in Egghead. It literally happened in Egghead. And then his conquerors didn't come out But it happened again in Wano, in Onigashima, where Sanji was like, Zoro, get up! Get up, Zoro! Sanji's really good at whipping Zoro, like, back up. Zoro will be slouching, and Sanji goes, and Zoro goes, oh, okay. I'm up, I'm sorry. Just don't shout at me. I'm doing my work, I'm doing my job. I'm working, I promise. I think it's possible. He's trying his best. Sometimes you just need... Sometimes you just need the missus to give you a bit of a slap. Sometimes you need to be kicked into shape. What do I think they'll do? So that's what I think is gonna happen. I think it's fully possible they'll get to the Sun World and they have to fight the Holy Knights, but we know that you need conquerors to be able to actually do anything to the Holy Knights, right? Currently, Zoro's the only one that has it, which is why I'm like, it's either Zoro's gonna go off and have to fight them on his own, while Sanji's gonna try and free the Straw Hats. But the reason I don't think Sanji's gonna free the Straw Hats is because Nami is looking at Jinbe and saying, Jinbe, do something. So there's an indication that Jinbe is gonna be the one to get the Straw Hats out of their binds. So I think it's possible that Zoro and Sanji, if they want to fight the Holy Knights, they have to stick together. Because one of them has conquerors and they need that. Which is why I'm like, I think Sanji's gonna be throwing Zoro at them and saying, Zoro, lock in! Lock in so we can do something! Sanji's gonna be his cheerleader again. Oh my god, Kya! We're gonna get more of those beautiful agenda piece memes of Sanji cheerleading Zoro. Zoro is Jinbe's Pokemon, and I say that because I love the scene where Jinbe's holding Zoro. And then he throws him, and then Zoro goes whoop, and then Jinbe catches him again. That's one of the best scenes in Egghead. Yeah. I am so excited to see what Brook's Pass is about, though. Wonder how long Oda is going to blue ball is this for. Yeah, now I'm not sure if we're going to get Brook's story in Elbaf. Now I don't know, but I think it might also be possible that after Elbaf, Brook is going to sit the Straw Hats down and say, I know who she is. I think that could be possible. And Zoro got caught by Frankie. Frankie was a real MVP of Onigashima. Zoro would be dead without him. Like, that's fucked up. That's really fucked to think about. I still fully believe that the reason Zoro had the Denden Mushi in his Haramaki, thank you. Oh god. Why did I forget that? Yeah, Haramaki. Yes. The reason Zoro had the belly band. I mean, that is what it is. The reason Zoro had the Denden Mushi in his Haramaki is because he'd just been clobbered by Kaido and Sanji had to stitch him back up. And Sanji was worried, right? He was worried because Zoro got really badly beat. And that's very rare for Zoro to get that badly beat. And I think that scared Sanji and he didn't want Zoro to just go off and die, so he put the Denden Mushi in there. Sanji even said, like, I put that in your Haramaki because I didn't want you to, like, be dying alone in a ditch somewhere. I think that was just Sanji being worried. Yeah, but Sanji framed it, the way he said it was like, didn't want you to die in a ditch, but it feels like, because you know how he says things, right? So it's like, it feels like Sanji was just very worried and was like, someone needs to keep tabs on him. I'm gonna put a Den Den Mushi in there. Which is very cute. It's very sweet. But Frankie was also worried, right? Because Frankie caught Zoro and saw King was very scary. And then directly after finishing his fight, Frankie went off to look for Zoro. They were both quite worried about him. Look, one of my favorite scenes for Sanji is in Sky Pier. When Usopp says, like, Sanji, can you protect me? And Sanji goes, I only protect women. And Usopp's like, what the fuck? But then directly after that, Sanji goes out of his way to save Usopp specifically. Specifically, Nami wasn't in danger there. Usopp was. And it's like, so he's, like I said, he's all bark, no bite. He just says shit to look like nonchalant, but he cares so deeply. I haven't watched that episode yet. Ooh, I haven't watched the Kuma episode yet. Now, for the kids on Punk Hazard, I do remember when I first read that, I did think this is out of character for Sanji. But after talking about it on here and talking about it with some guys, I realized, no, it does make sense, because he's basically saying, Nami, even if we save them, we have nowhere to put them. Like, we don't know what they're doing here. We don't know what is happening to them. And even if we do save them, how can we help them beyond that, right? Sanji was like sympathizing with Nami, but he was also saying that it's like, we don't have anything we can do to help them if we do help them at this point. But Nami was, of course, like, her instinct was very strong there. Like, if a child is saying help, we help them. And that's when Sanji was like, okay, she has a point, you know? Because I also remember thinking in the moment, that's a bit out of character for Sanji. But it wasn't out of character for him. He was just thinking, we have no further way to help them, though. But then he was like, well, we can make it work.
Howdy do, boys.
Well, even when Sanji saved Kinemon, Sanji said, like, I'll take responsibility. Right? So Sanji was saving Kinemon of his own merits and of his own accord. But when it came to Nami and the children, Nami personally couldn't take care of all those children, right? Neither could Sanji. So that's why Sanji was like, it's dangerous to try and help these children, because I don't know what we can do after we get them out of here. But again, Sanji saw that Nami's will there was very strong. Her instinct was very strong. And Sanji said, well, if there's a will, there's a way. She wants it, I'm doing it. By the way, this scene in Punk Hazard of Brook fighting Kinemon, like his torso, is one of the funniest scenes. Punk Hazard is honestly, in my opinion, the funniest arc. It's got so many good gags. And Brook fighting Kinemon's torso, and Brook is like, this is fucking weird. Like, you know this scene in Tangled where Flynn is fighting the horse and he's like, you have to know this is the strangest thing I've ever done. That's what Brook was like with Kinemon's torso. Brook was like, this is weird. I've never done anything like this before. It was so funny. It's the fact the whole time he was fighting it, he was like laughing in like obscurity. He was going, yo! I love Brook. Oh my god, I love Brook. Brook is just along for the ride. He has no fucking idea what is happening at all. But he's enjoying it, you know? He's like, okay, I guess if we're doing it, we're doing it. Brook is fuck it, we ball. He is. Another scene like that was just so hilarious. Sorry, it's making me laugh just thinking about it. I'm not gonna cry. Is when Frankie's talking to Luffy in Fishman Island about the ship, and he's like, this is Tom's brother. And then, this is Tom's brother who's helping me with the Sunny. And then Luffy is like, so like, that's your brother's dad who is father of the Sunny or something. And then they stare at each other. And Frankie goes, yup! Frankie's like, yeah, sure. Whatever. If that's what you think, sure. Like, Frankie said, fuck it. Frankie understands. He said, there's no point. There's no point. There's no point explaining it. Whatever. Sure, Luffy. God, that was funny. Yep, I guess. Oh, One Piece is so funny. That's something I'll never forget noticing about One Piece when I first started reading it. How much it made me laugh. I've never had a series make me laugh like One Piece that wasn't just a straight up comedy. Like, another series that has made me laugh so much was Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun, or Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun, but that's supposed to be a comedy. One Piece is not like labeled under mainly a comedy, but it's so funny. It was doing nothing but making me laugh. The other funniest in Punk Hazard, when Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, and Robin find Kinemon's lower body stuck in the dragon. And Luffy pulls it out! And Usopp's like, you killed him! And Luffy goes, oh my god! I killed him! I remember I was watching that on a plane. And I was like laughing out loud on the plane. I was so embarrassed. You killed him! And of course, everything with Duval. The Rosy Life Riders. When like Duval can't wink. And everyone's like, stop! If you can't wink, stop trying to! And the fact that they get called the Rosy Life Riders after his, like, face has changed, because now everything's beautiful for him. It's just so funny. Oh my god, this scene where Luffy is like, Law's like my ally now, like we have an alliance. And at first the Straw Hats are like, oh my god, whatever. And then Luffy goes, no, you guys can handle it. But then Usopp is like, Law, do you know what Luffy means? And Law's like, what? And Usopp says, Luffy, tell Law what an alliance is. And Luffy's like, we're friends. And Law's like, what? And Usopp is like, Law, he thinks you're besties now. And Law's like, no, that's not what an alliance means. And then after that, after Punk Hazard, Sanji goes up to Law and whispers to him, I just want to warn you, what you think an alliance is not what Luffy thinks an alliance is. And Law's like, fuck. I was like, what have I gotten myself into? They're besties. One of the reasons I love Law's introduction in Punk Hazard, because it's Law looking at Luffy going, what is this sick bastard up to? What is he thinking? Meanwhile, Luffy's just like, oh my god, my good friend Law. Like, Luffy liked Law from the get-go, ever since Marineford. Luffy never had any doubts about Law. He likes Law. He chills with him. He fucks with him. So Law was like, I have to be careful. I have to watch my steps. Meanwhile, Luffy's like, oh my god, my good friend. My good friend Law. And the whole time, it's like Law's being like suspicious, like glaring at Luffy, and Luffy's just smiling at him because he's like, wow, I like this guy. Law never had a chance. He never stood a chance. Yeah, even in Sabaody, like Luffy never had really any suspicions of Law. He just thought Law was interesting. You're my friend now. What Luffy is doing to Loki is what he did to Law. Which is why when we met Loki and Luffy like immediately started talking to Loki and Loki was like, what? But like he was trying to talk but Luffy wouldn't shut up. I was like, okay. Okay, Luffy's got a new friend. Luffy's got a new best friend forever. Luffy has an uncanny ability at bringing the moe out of people. Luffy makes other people look really cute. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, because Luffy just is so nice to them and likes them, it makes them look cute because they're like, like they're flustered, they don't know what to do. Buggy and Mr. 3, oh my god, when they were like, oh, Luffy's so nice. He's so genuine. When Mr. 3 made Luffy his wax armor, and Luffy was crying like, thank you so much for making me look so cool. Oh, One Piece is so funny. I love One Piece. Oh, I love One Piece. Night, Holly. Why does this keep happening? Sorry, my program keeps going. It's not even that Luffy's pure. He's just genuine. Like, a lot of pirates meet Luffy and think Luffy is playing some kind of game, when he's just genuine. Luffy wears his heart on his sleeve. He not only wears his heart, he like presents it. You know what I mean? He's just so genuine and earnest. And a lot of people don't know what to do with a person like that. I haven't played Undertale. I'm sorry. I said, by the way, on the Jork stream, I did a Baratier stream with Jork and Mama Jork, and we talked about the Baratier and the arc and what it means and like why we like it. I said on the Baratier stream, I gave the Baratier a high rating because of like, you know, Sanji. And I said, I have to give it a high rating because it introduced my favorite character in all of fiction, Sanji. And they were surprised. They were like, wow, really? Sanji is your favorite character in all of fiction? Is that a surprise? Sanji clears any character for me. He's made for me. Like... No, they've watched my stuff. I just think they were surprised I was so, like, confident about it. Like, the Sanji figurines I own, I've never owned this many figurines of a single character before, ever. I have, like, 16 Sanji figurines. It's kind of a problem. favors Kuma, then Katakuri. You were such a green flag. You were such a green flag. Favors Kuma? Aw, that is so beautiful. Favors kid. I like that that's your first time chat. Thank you for telling me your favorite is Eustace kid. I'm really trying so hard not to say useless mid. I don't think he's useless or mid, okay? It's just funny. I'm sorry. Like Sanji gay smoke, it's just funny. Perona's your favorite. Aw. Perona's really good fun. It's interesting. I don't think about Perona much, but when I see her, I go, yay! Look, as you guys know, I'm this pink thing. I either always get compared to Bonnie or Perona. It's always one or the other. When I personally think I look more like a young Big Mum, I think I look more like her. Oh, Hina as well. Hina is just a bit more forgotten about than Bonnie and Perona. Actually, low-key, I kind of kin Hina because of that one, like the way she treats Smoker. There it is, I went searching for it. This. Now, did you know that some people think Hina and Smoker are like a couple? Because of this? When they're not at all? From what we were told of like Smoker's like and Hina's story, is Hina basically like looked after Smoker when he was in the Marines, when he joined the Marines. You want to talk about, oh, they're like siblings. Hina and Smoker are like siblings. They're like siblings, which is why, as always, it frustrates me when only the gay ships get the, oh, they're like brothers or they're like sisters thing, when very rarely do the straight ships get that, because Hina and Smoker, if anything, are supposed to be like siblings. From Smoker's story, Hina was the one looking after Smoker and basically raising him in the Marines. Like, looking out for him. Oh, Reiju as well. But, I love this art because, like, first of all, people thought, like, they were dating from this. They're not. They're literally besties. What's happening here is Hina wants to keep drinking, but she's clearly drunk already, and Smoker's like, I think you've had enough. Smoker's like, I think you've had enough. I think we gotta go home. He's literally pointing at the taxi. They're really funny. They're so besties coded. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Big Mom and Kaido is so funny. I love Hina's outfit. Oh my god, I need to steal this. It's very cute. Her bag? Oh, that's so cute. Smoker's outfit is fucking horrible. What is with the shorts, man? And the boots, god. That's drip. Man. Shorts, boots, a long sleeve button down. Yeah, something's not clicking there. I like Smoker as well because his friend group is like women. Smoker's friend group is Hina and Tashigi, and I know he hangs out with Doll. You know what I mean? I know he hangs out with Doll. So I know the girls go out for like a drinks night and they bring Smoker with them. Smoker's like going like bar hopping with Tashigi, Hina, and Doll. Oh, the Alabaster scene is so funny because it's Ace about to yell for Luffy and then Smoker slams Ace's face into the dirt. How fortunate his name was Smoker and he got the smoke fruit. I've talked about this. Smoker's like a My Little Pony character. You know how My Little Ponies are called like what they eventually are? Like what they embody? That's Smoker! Smoker's a My Little Pony character! An arc that everyone hates for no reason. Used to be Skypiea, but now people are finally coming around from being idiots. Now it's Long Ring Longland. That's something actually. Say what you want about like pre-time skip. Pre-time skip does have more arcs that people prefer to skip. Skypiea, Long Ring Longland, and Thriller Bark. Those three arcs are arcs that people will prefer to skip. When it comes to post-time skip, the only one people will really cause a stink about is Fishman Island. Maybe Punk Hazard, maybe. But pre-time skip has more arcs that people say they will skip. Which is why it's like, I don't think you, like, this is why I know Oda's gotten better at writing. Even though those pre-time skip arcs were good, it's more like people like one arc pre-time skip and then apply that to all of pre-time skip, and it's like, something's not adding up here. Like, something isn't adding up here. Hi, Sarah. Oh my goodness. Don't get me wrong, I really like pre-time skip. I think all the arcs are good. But it's hypocritical to be like, oh, I prefer pre-time skip, and then you skip like 3 arcs in pre-time skip. Arc where Sanji gets a drag mother? That's no, that's Marineford. Arc Woman Island? That's Impel Down. Subodhi / Impel Down. Subodhi, right? Technically Amazon Lily, but eh. Fishman Island gets so much unnecessary hate. I honestly do blame Toei for what it did to Fishman Island. Toei 100% fucked it up. Like, in my opinion, the majority of time skip hate comes from Toei. Because Toei really fucked up, like, the animation, the pacing, additional gags that are not in the manga that make things worse. Like, time skip would not get this same kind of discussion if it weren't for Toei. Majority of the time when people say they don't like something about the time skip, they're not talking about the manga. They're talking about Toei. And it's like, they've genuinely ruined the perception of the time skip. Fishman Island is not a bad arc. In fact, it's a very good and very emotional arc. I really like Fishman Island. Yes, there is 1 or 2 icky jokes. I understand that. I get that not everyone likes Sanji in Fishman Island. He's not that bad. Like, when I got to Fishman Island, I was expecting Sanji to be, like, absolutely horrible. The worst thing he did was sniff Perona. That was in Subodhi as well. That was icky. I didn't like that. After that, everything that happens is literally just a big nosebleed and dying. Like, I'll be honest with you guys, I didn't have an issue with the nosebleeds. Because it's not like he's fucking doing anything. Like, people were shaping Sanji up like he was suddenly turned into a monster. But then we got to Fishman Island and the women, like the mermaids, liked him. It makes a big difference. He wasn't doing anything. He was literally just playing with them and they were playing back, you know? I was expecting him to be a monster, and then I was like, this is not as bad as everyone was saying it was. This is just obscene and ridiculous, but it is by no means like character ruining or arc ruining. It wasn't character ruining to me. When Sanji was playing with the mermaids, I thought that was adorable. I thought that was adorable because all the mermaids were flirting with him. They were pulling him into the water and going, oh my god, swim with us, play with us. And he was going, ah! I thought that was so cute. But I seem to be on the opposite side of the war for this. I talk about sniffing Perona because we were talking about the worst thing in Fishman Island, like Sanji did. That was the worst thing. Again, I don't like that he did that, but that's the worst thing, that he sniffed a woman. It's truly not the worst thing out there, and it did not ruin his character for me. It just made me go, ah. It just made me go, can't say I really, really liked that. And then after that, I was like, okay, this is not that bad. Because I remember, like, watching it with Anna, and we finished Fishman Island, and we were like, that was it? We were like, that was it? Maybe we've just seen the worst pervert characters ever. So Sanji and Fishman Island was like nothing. It was nothing to us. people were really shaping him up to be a monster, and then we got to it and we were like, all he fucking did was get nosebleeds. That's all he did. Da, 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 da. Oops. Film Z fucking sucked, so thank God it's not in the manga. Thank God that's not canon, and thank God that that's something we don't ever have to think about. Film Z did a Toei and just totally fucked up Sanji for no reason. I'm convinced they didn't like Sanji for that. Like, cause what the hell was that? Well, see, here's the thing. It's like, oh, I don't know if Oda said yes to that. Do we even fucking know? Because it's like, well, he was involved. Yeah, Oda was also involved in the live action. Do you know what I mean? If it's not in the manga, who fucking cares? Like, I'm sorry. If it's not in the manga, I don't care. If you're bringing up something outside of the manga and saying, oh, but what about this? I'm saying it's not in the manga. Who gives a fuck? Oda didn't write that. Who cares? Like, who cares? It just doesn't matter. And to me, people bring up Film Z because they're trying to do a gotcha. And it's like, that's not gonna get me. Because I'm talking about the manga. And I'm talking about the author's own story. So who cares? Like, who cares? Sanji rep in the anime world, and again, who cares? In the anime, okay, who cares? I'm going to say to you, who cares? Read the manga. I don't give a fuck about Sanji's rep in the anime, because that's not him, is it? That's not him. You read the manga. Sanji is Sanji in the manga. That is the most vision we are going to get. Like, that is Oda's vision in the manga, right? Oda is the one in charge of the manga to like a default. Even if he has editors, even if he has assistants, he's the one writing the manga, and we know this. So who cares? Just who cares? If anyone ever tries to bring up anything like in the anime or in the manga going, oh sorry, in the anime or in movies, like, oh, blah, blah, just say who cares. Who cares? You should say, okay, he didn't fucking write that. Read the manga. Whenever anyone tries to bring up a goddamn of Sanji in the anime or in the movies, I say, I don't care. I'm not talking about that. Because that's not what I'm talking about. This isn't Sanji. I know exactly what Toei's thinking when they do that. They're trying to make Sanji the traditional perv. That's what they're doing. Which is why I keep saying Sanji has perverted traits, but he's not the traditional perv. They're trying to shoehorn Sanji into a shonen role that Sanji isn't. Because they're trying to reach out to the traditional shonen archetype fans. That's why Film Z is so popular, because Film Z is the most shonen One Piece thing ever. That's why I don't give a fuck about Film Z. I think Film Z's a horrible movie. I thought Film Z sucked because it's not a movie. It's so boring. I don't even remember what happens in Film Z. But when you look at like the anime and Toei and the movies, they're trying to shoehorn One Piece into a traditional shonen. And that's not One Piece, which is why when I look at the anime and look at the movies, I say, I don't care. I don't care because they're trying to make One Piece something it isn't. Which is why you read the manga. No, I'd say anime only One Piece fans are a fan of One Piece, not just Oda's work. But I do think that there limiting themselves. Like, you can really tell when someone hasn't read the manga if they hate Sanji. Because usually their reasons for disliking Sanji is, oh, that's not Sanji, that's Toei. It's always the same. It's always the same. It's more frustrating than anything. Which is why Wit, come on! I believe in you, Wit. But when it comes to Film Z and Sanji, all you have to like take solace in and remember is this isn't canon. Even if Oda looked over it, he didn't write it. So who cares? We don't have to do anything with Film Z. We can literally ignore it. Whenever anyone try to bring Film Z up, I'm telling you, they bring it up as a gotcha. It's just a gotcha. They're just trying to go see, and you can say, okay, but that's not him. Like, okay, your gotcha doesn't mean anything to me. That's not him. This is just someone that tried to make Sanji something he's not. What you say is, how about we read the manga, okay? Film Z also had Zoro be out of character because Zoro was not stupid enough. Zoro was really cool and collected in Film Z. It was super fucking weird. They make Zoro smarter in movies a lot of the time. Zoro's not smart. He's not. He's a dumbass. I watched the anime first and then I read it. I got through. Like, I like Sanji in the anime, and then I liked him more after I read the manga. Which main character has the most faithful adaptation from manga to anime? Probably Luffy. I'd say Luffy. Yeah, Toei makes Zoro a lot more serious and a lot more oof. And it's like, that's not Zoro. Zoro's a dumbass. I just will never understand when someone goes outside the manga and goes, but, and it's like, they say, but Oda approved or Oda was involved. And it's like, yeah, and you know what Oda's actually writing? That's what I don't understand. When people go, oh, but Oda's involved. Okay. And he's making the manga. So what matters more here? Like, I just don't get it. I really don't get it. Yeah, Sanji, Zoro, and Nami get the worst of it. I can't read. Like when people say, oh, the live action is Oda trying to fix things, and it's like, you're an idiot. You are such an idiot. I'm sorry. He's trying to fix things. Fix what? That Sanji and Usopp were characters? So he wanted to fix that and make them not be characters? Sorry, what is he fixing? That's just such a stupid thing to say. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm going to fix my property through this Americanized Western live action remake where I can't even properly communicate with the producers of it. What a stupid thing to say. Yes, Oda actually hated how we wrote Baratier. Actually, he didn't like that he made Sanji a well-rounded, three-dimensional character. He wanted to make Sanji a boring, two-dimensional, mentally well character. In fact, he didn't even like Baratier being Sanji's arc. He wanted it to be Zoro's arc. He needed to fix that. Are you guys hearing yourselves? Come on. The reason I say Baron Omatsuri is the best One Piece film is because the person who wrote Baron Omatsuri actually paid attention to the Straw Hats and their dynamics. They actually paid attention to the Straw Hats characters, and in my opinion, they did the best like version of Straw Hats to screen. They really understood the Straw Hats. It's very clear to me they really understood the Straw Hats. The fact that they picked Nami and Usopp and Zoro and Sanji to have these struggles and to have this falling out is a showing of how much they were paying attention. Movie 6, Baron Omatsuri and the Secret Island. The dynamics that they chose to focus on was a showing of just how much they understood, like, Oda's characters. It was really, really, really well done. Oda's trying to fix his story through the live action. Yeah, when Oda wrote the Baratier and when he wrote Sanji seeing Zoro's fight with Mihawk, Oda went, why the fuck did I add that? Why did I add that? Get rid of him. I don't want Sanji in that scene anymore. Sanji shouldn't be seeing that. What a mistake on my part that Sanji saw Zoro fighting Mihawk. Remove him from that scene. He's fixing everything, guys. We don't fight at the Baratier, sir. Yeah, Oda wanted to fix Nojiko actually liking Nami, and Nojiko loving Nami, and Nojiko getting tattoos for Nami's sake. So he made the live action and said, I actually want Nojiko to hate Nami and have tattoos for no reason. I want to fix this and have Nojiko have tattoos for absolutely no reason and just hate Nami. Good job. I've now fixed my story. Yikes! I mean, Oda always wanted Nami, Zoro, and Luffy to be the main characters. Only. He always wanted that. That's exactly why he made Whole Cake Island, right? And removed one of his main characters. Because he always wanted Zoro, Nami, and Luffy to be the only main characters. He made Whole Cake Island and thought, this is about Luffy, Zoro, and Nami only. You know? That's exactly what he wanted. Dressrosa, yeah. Dressrosa, Zoro didn't have like a big story and Nami left because, you know, they're the main characters. Oda actually wanted Zoro and Whole Cake Island, but his editors said no. Those pesky editors. Ugh, they just keep ruining it. Let's not keep talking about this. Let's not keep talking about this. Let's move on to happier things. Like, Zoro, your cock is leaking. Or you'll feel my hucky come out. My cock is leaking. Look, I'll say one more thing on it. All I need to say to prove that they did not write these characters properly, especially Sanji, but all of them, but especially Sanji, is we don't fight at the Baratier, sir. If I say that to you and you don't understand why that is like character assassination, then you have to read the manga again. You have to read the Baratier again. That's it. That's all I'll say. Bye, Zim. If I could travel anywhere in the universe, where would I want to go? The universe? What the fuck is out there? I don't want to go to space. Bitch, I don't want to go to space. I do want to see the Northern Lights. I'd love to see the Northern Lights. I love snow and snow countries because I'm Australian and I never get to see it. I know, Sarah. I'm so jealous that you went to Iceland. If I could live in any fictional world, Pokemon. Easiest question of my life. Pokemon. Pokemon. I'm living in Pokemon. I'm living in Pokemon and I'm living in the Sinnoh region and I'm doing contests. They look so fun. Oops. Hang on, I have a list of my favorite Pokemon. Did I lose it again? Why do I keep losing it? I need to save it. Sorry, I'm scrolling through my DMs with my friend because I sent her the Pokemon list. But this is a friend I went to Japan with, and 2 times in a row, one of us got on a train and then the train left without the other one getting on it. And every time that happens, we just messaged the your name gif of when they see each other on the train, and they get separated. Getting separated, unless you miss a bullet train together, then it's no big deal. Every time that happens, the other one would just get off at the next station and then wait for the other train, which the other one got on. So if one of us got on the train and the train left, person who got on the train will get off at the next station, and then person who got left behind will get on the next train, and then person at the other station will then get on that train as well, and that's how we'd meet up. But like, it's never like a problem when you accidentally get separated. Because all the trains in Japan just go in a circle, like the city trains anyway. But if you miss a bullet train, you're kind of fucked. And I'll open it soon. I just need to find... Why do I always lose this Pokemon list? Because then I don't have to think about making my team. I can just say, here are my favorite Pokemon. Man, I've lost it. Okay, you know what? I need to... Ugh, come on. I remember what someone replied, so I'm trying to find it through that. Found it! Yes! Oh my god, I have to save this forever. Okay, here we go. I always lose this thing, and now I've saved it for the rest of my life. Here are my favorite Pokemons from all their types. Ah! What was that? Ah, that was just me pressing a button. No, it scared me because I have things open on my second screen, like files and folders. And I was like, oh fuck, did you guys see that? But no, it only shows like per screen. So that's not so bad. Anyway, here you go. So my team would 100% have an Ambipom. That's for sure. A Piplup, that is for sure. A Pachirisu, that is for sure. A Drapion, that is for sure. A Motham, that is for sure. A Giratina, if she'd have me. A Miss Magius? Hang on. Ambipom, Piplup, Pachirisu, Drapion, Miss Magius, and Motham. That would be my team. I love Tyranitar! I think to this day, Tyranitar is the coolest rock type. I kind of cheated here. This is just Piplup again, like, but I love Empoleon. I bet some of you are surprised my favorite fairy type isn't Sylveon. But I'm really attached to Mimikyu. I'm super attached to Mimikyu. Why is Drifloon my flying? Because I like Drifloon! What do you mean? This is why! Ah! Because he's my little guy. Look at him. No, I prefer Drifloon to Drifblim. He's so kawaii. I love him. He's just a little fella. He's so cute. I like his little dangly legs. How he just sits. I've always said, if I lived in Pokemon World, because I don't like kids, right? If I lived in Pokemon World, I'd get a team of Drifloon and I'd let them play in my front yard all the time. So everyone on my street with kids would say, stay away from that house. Drifloons are all over it. And that way no children would ever be around me. Ever. It's like, I'd win, you know what I mean? And I'd just have cute little Drifloons just playing in my front yard. They'd be my little guys. And everyone on that street would be like, stay away from the Drifloon house. And then I'd never, ever, ever have children annoy me ever again. And I'd be safe. And not only that, I would be helping the parents. So you know why I'd be helping the parents? Because they would like reprimand their children by saying, if you don't eat your broccoli, I'm going to take you to the Drifloon house. I'm going to take you to the Drifloon lady's house. And they will take you away. I would be helping all areas of this suburb if I lived in this place with my Drifloon. You know? The weird pink witch lady with Drifloons. And the Drifloons are just so cute. They just chill. I just really like Ninetales. Ninetales is just so beautiful. Ninetales is so beautiful. Also, someone asked where the soundtrack is from. It's just a playlist. Here, I'll send it to you. Here you go. Yeah, I saw the Emu plush photo. Music before the stream starts is Space Racer by Bad Snacks. So, talking to the friend I went to Japan with. They were like saying, so their birthday is coming up, and they were like, I'm making little invitations. And I was like, invitations? What are you, a boomer? And she said, well, no one looks at Facebook events anymore. And I said, yeah, because we're not old. And I just messaged her to get to our DMs, and I said, sorry, I just had to like move our DMs to the top, and she said gay. And I said, this is why you still rely on Facebook events. Who the fuck uses Facebook events anymore? Get a Discord like normal people. Or do a group email like normal people. Okay, I gotta like go to bed at a reasonable time tonight, so I need to lock in. Stop talking to me. Also, sorry. Someone said they sent art. Ban them! Hang on, I'll show the art. I don't remember when you said this, the Luffy, but it's funny. Oh, this was when we were like the hottest old people. And you said Rayleigh is overrated. And I was like, Kudaha is hot, but Rayleigh is not overrated. Ban them. That I do remember. Oh, I want to go to karaoke. I want to go to karaoke.
Howdy do, boys.
I want to sing Loving You. It's easy 'cause you're beautiful. Do 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 do. Ah! My favorite song, Midnight City by MH3. No song in the world sounds like it, apparently. Oop. The reason I found my Pokemon like thing again, by the way, is because people were shocked that I was a Mothim fan. People were like, you are probably the only Mothim fan in the world. Mothim is so cute! Mothim is really cute! He's just a bab. My computer made a sound that was a bit scary. Wee, wee, wee. Worst show I've seen. Probably Big Mouth. Probably Big Mouth. It's a shame because, like, I think a show like Big Mouth can be, like, valuable. I do think it can be good to have a show that, like, is positive about puberty and sex. Especially when you're, like, in your younger years because of how, like, scary and stigmatized it seems. But I remember watching it, like, I just don't know who this is for. It was just way too, like, much and felt much too, like, it didn't feel positive about sexual stuff. Instead, it felt fetishy, and it's like, I think something got lost in translation here. And also just, you know, like, gross humor. And I'm not, like, against, like, that kind of stuff. Like, I'm not against yucky, like, grotesque, like, toilet humor. I'm not against it, but it's like, it gets to a point. It gets to a point, and it's like, I think there's not a message anymore. I think whatever message you tried to have, that's gone now. There was, like, a thin idea of a message, and it vanished. Being out of pickles is so sad. Oh my god. I'm out of pickles. Oh. By the way, Big Mouth had good voice acting. Like, the girl who voiced the Hormone Monstrous, I forget her name. She's very famous though. She was really good. It's like Family Guy to me. It's got really good voice acting and really good talent behind it, and it's totally wasted, and it's just sad. It just makes me really sad. I don't know her name. Mary Joie. I always feel so uppity when I say Mary Joie. It's Leviosa. Yeah! What the hell? I have had enough. I've had enough. Stop it. Guys, that's my background. I love it. It's so cute. Wait, someone asked. Oh, K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah, I watched it. Music is good. The writing was not. I liked it. It was fun. Let me get something straight. There's like movies that are bad that are fun, and movies that are good, like they're written well, but they're still bad, as in I didn't enjoy them. Then there's good movies that are good, and then there's bad movies that are bad. K-pop Demon Hunters was fun, and I did enjoy it, and I did like it, but it's not written well. You can really tell that they wanted to do more, and they couldn't. Also, I'm not a fan of stories that are like, oh yeah, we really should just eradicate one whole group. I'm not a fan of stories like that. So when it ended the way it did, I was a little bit, let's say, I was a little, because look, this is the funniest thing. This is the funniest thing that I thought about that movie. First of all, I've been seeing a lot of people like the, soda pop, those guys, yeah, my soda pop. I've been seeing people like talk about, oh yeah, his character would do this and his character would do that. What character? What character? I think it's fine that you like them and it's cool that you like them, but I feel like people are making up a character on them and then they're saying, yeah, that's their character. And it's like, some of those guys didn't even talk. Like, majority of those guys didn't even have a speaking line. They just sung. And I remember waiting for them to be characters. I remember waiting for them to actually talk to each other. And then that never happened. Like, I was waiting to find out how the rest of them became demons. And it never happened. It never happened. They were just nothing. And I was like, oh. The funniest thing though, that like that's just fandom. Like people can do whatever they want with the characters. Like I don't care. I just think it's funny when people are like, yeah, that's their character, and it's like they didn't have a character. But the funniest thing is like in the movie when the main girl and the main guy sing together, and it's like the guy's like, I just want to be free. I want to be free. I don't want to hear the voices anymore. I want to go out and be free. And it's like, oh, because he became a demon. And he like wanted his mother and sister to be with him, and bad things happened. And then we find out, oh no, he threw them under the bus. The second we found that out, I was like, oh, he's just a bad person. And guys, I need you to think about that story. How he literally just threw his mother and sister under the bus. And then go back to the song where he's like, I just want to be free. I need you guys to understand his freedom is like, wow, I just don't want to face the consequences of my actions. Him being free is, wow, stop telling me that I fucked over my mother and sister. Stop telling me that I ruined my mother and sister and basically sentenced them to death. She's going, wow, I want to be free because I'm part demon and that stigmatizes me. And he's going, I want to be free because I ruined someone else's life and I don't like thinking about that. When they told us his story, I was like, but there's something more to this, right? Like I was expecting it to be like the Demon King tricked him. He wanted to save his mother and sister, but the deal was only towards him and he didn't know that. So the Demon King tricked him. No! He was actually just a horrible person! And I was like, what the fuck? Why should I care about this guy? Like, why should I feel for this guy? I feel for his mother and sister more than him. He was just a horrible guy. And when the girl was like, no, this isn't you. Girl, that is him. He was that bad. He sentenced his mother and sister to death so he could live in luxury. What? Like, I was like, why the fuck do I care about this guy? So when you remember what he did, and when you go back to the song about their singing about how they want to be free, and he's like, the demons in my head. Girl, those are not demons in your head. That's your consequences. Those are your consequences saying, hey, remember when you did that terrible, horrible, awful fucking thing that killed your sister and mother? And now you have to deal with the consequences? Girl, those are the demons. His demons are empathy. I can't. Like, that has made the movie a million times funnier. A million times funnier. I still like the movie, but now when I watch it, I will laugh. I will laugh, you know? The way he deals with it, right? It cracked me up so bad, you don't understand. I had to go back to that song to listen to it and go, no, this is... They are not singing about the same thing. They needed more time. I found out it was supposed to be a series, and it should have been a series. Because the funniest thing is, he says to the Demon King, but she understands me. And the Demon King says, yeah, because you lied to her. Bro, the Demon King's right. The Demon King's right. He said, yeah, you lied to her, dipshit. You lied to her, dickhead. The Demon King was right. Like, what? I was like, what is happening? It's a good movie, but it's not well written. But it is a good movie. Like, I will rewatch it. It's fun. I also like the tiger and the hat, the crow with the hat. I like how he says, I made the hat for the tiger, but the bird keeps taking it. Also, the missing people are still missing. Yeah, the movie, what I thought was going to happen was the demons and the girls were going to sing together. And it was like, wow, all we needed was harmony. Get it? And then it was just, no, just kill them. Just kill them. And I was like, oh, never mind. Not peace and love on planet Earth then. Well, the thing that got me is if the movie were longer, like I said, if it were a series, the main guy, because they said he lived in poverty, right? If this series were longer, you could talk about how that poverty affected him, how it pushed him to that point of what he did to his mother and sister, and how, like, the Demon King creates a land like this to force people into that position, right? To make a deal with him, to throw people under the bus. Hence why, if we have harmony, if we create a better land together, people won't feel like they have to make a deal with the devil. But they didn't. It was just, no, you just threw your sister and mother under the bus and lied. And lied to her. And made him look like a horrible person instead. Right? It could have definitely been how the Demon King took advantage of him. But it wasn't. It was just, bro, you're just a kind of a bum. Like... Put me in the writing room. I wanted to see the main girl's dad, because her mama got with a demon. He must have been smirking. I wanted to see her hot demon dad. I am so pissed that I didn't get to see her hot demon dad. I demanded to know what her hot demon dad looks like. And I never got to see it. It was her mom's hot girl summer. If the movie didn't do what it did, it could have been a story of the mother saw what they were doing to the demons was not fair. She found out there is empathy in the demons. The demons need to be helped. She fell in love with one. The demons are not pure evil. They're just trying to survive in this world that the Demon King has forced upon them. And she had a child with one, and she was hoping that her child could bring the worlds together. Instead, it was, no, her daughter's the special one. The rest of them can get fucked. And I don't think that's a very good message for children. I don't mean to pull out the think about the children thing, because I hate that, but I don't think it's a very good message for children. Farewell. No, I don't need to sleep soon. Her with her demon stripes reminds me of Ready Player One, of the girl who's like, I'm ugly. And she's just got like this little mark on her face. That's what it reminded me of. It's just crazy that even within like film, when you're trying to show ugliness, you just can't fully disfigure someone, you know? They still have to be attractive in some way. Like her demonness couldn't make her ugly on the outside. She still had to be pretty, just with some marks. But that's been a problem in like any kind of physical media for a very long time. I'm ugly, and she's just got like a mark on her face. Oh god. Quasimodo was a good one for that. You are deformed, I am deformed, and you are ugly, and I am ugly. But Quasimodo was bountiful. Drew, I used to watch them, not as much anymore. Why are you brain rotting for Ned Kelly? DCA. Quasimodo was a good character. It's just a shame that Humpback of Notre Dame had a lot of like tone problems. I'll never get over the guards falling from the Notre Dame with like lava beneath them, and we hear the Goofy scream. Yeah! Bro, they're dead! They're Goofy screaming into hell! What the hell is going on? Yeah, sorry to spat everywhere. Lindsay Ellis has a really good video on it. I see, DCO. Well, I'm glad I've introduced you to a new history. Esmeralda was beautiful though. Beautiful. Although I do love quoting it. Sanctuary! Sanctuary! I'm bringing Sanji to a church to hold him up and say sanctuary whenever anyone tries to attack him. Leave! Sanctuary! Oh, Hellfire is incredible. They're never gonna make a Disney movie like that again. Favorite villain song? Favorite villain song? It has to be... No one's slick as Gaston, no one's quick as Gaston, no one's neck as incredibly thick as Gaston. It has to be! I'm sorry, I really like Gaston. I really like him. Because I like how Gaston's villainness is just, he's a toxic man. Like, I fuck with that commentary. Like... I really fuck with that. Like, he's just an annoying guy, and that's enough for him to be a villain. That I kind of really fuck with that. Like, I'm roughly the size of a boat. It's really good. I'm sorry, I really fuck with that. Hellfire is really good, but Gaston is just... Like, I think he's a good villain because he's just an annoying guy. I'm looking at the lyrics. Where's the one where he talks about every last inch of me is covered with hair? It's a really good villain song because it's just, look at how fucking annoying this guy is. It's a good villain song. It makes me laugh. I love a good villain song that's also just really comical like that. And it's not even my favorite, like, Disney movie. It's just a good song. Oh, Gaston isn't the only one singing it, is he? Yeah, then if we're going by, like, who's singing it, then it probably might be Hellfire. Although Ursula's is really good. Poor unfortunate souls. Be Prepared's good. If Hades from Hercules got a song, it would be it. That would be it. Hercules is probably my favorite, like, Disney movie. I still say Hercules was ahead of its time. I will forever say Hercules was ahead of its time. No one will ever convince me that it wasn't. It would be so Jova if James Wood got to sing James Woods got to sing a song for Hercules. Wish was a horrible movie. Everything about Wish was bad, which is really, really annoying because the main girl is beautiful. I love her design, but they fucked it. Hellfire, yeah. Hellfire is probably the most villain of villain songs. It's scary because it's really real, you know? Fuck, and Mother Knows Best. Mother Knows Best. Listen to your mumsy. I love her. Fuck, she's probably my favorite villain. I love her. I'm sorry, I love horrible women. I love horrible women. I love her. Mother Gothel, that's her name, right? I love her. She was just horrible. She was dastardly. I really liked her. Princess and the Frog makes me so sad because I fucking hate that she was a frog the whole damn time. That really ruined it for me. I didn't want to watch her be a fucking frog the whole movie. Like, it's got a good soundtrack, but why did she have to be a frog for 90% of the goddamn movie? It really, really upset me. They did Tiana so dirty. I wanted to see more of her. Not as a frog. Fuck, I nearly forgot. I have to be shiny. That's a good one too. Not really a villain though, right? Moana's whole soundtrack was really incredible. It was really, really good because I love the way they blended. It was a Polynesian, right, culture. I really like the way they blended Polynesian songs and music within its soundtrack. Because the guy they got for it, he was Polynesian, of course, and he's very talented. I felt that way about Lilo and Stitch as well. I love Lilo and Stitch's soundtrack. I love it. It makes me cry. Like, if I listen to Lilo and Stitch's soundtrack, I start crying. It's just so beautiful. Now, Gantu didn't need a villain song because Lilo and Stitch wasn't doing, like, musical numbers, you know? Lilo and Stitch wasn't following a musical storyline. It just incorporated music within this, like, the movie itself, but it wasn't, like, breaking out singing. The music was non-diegetic. They had Elvis, of course, but like the opening song, Hawaiian Roller Coaster Ride, that is such a beautiful song. I love listening to it. There's no place I'd rather be than on the ocean out at sea. It's so beautiful. Oh yeah, no, Lilo and Stitch was meant to really focus on toxic tourism. And they still kind of did that, but they were really trying to focus on that a lot more, and Disney said no, as always. Oh, fuck the new one. I'm talking about the old one. Yeah, no. I know what happens in the new one. I don't care for it. That's right, they had... I forgot, didn't they have, like, the spaceship was gonna, like, hit a tower in the movie? But 9/11 happened. So they had to take it out. I forgot about that. I haven't seen the Brave Little Toaster, but I have seen clips of the air conditioner. And why does the air conditioner talk like that? Why does he talk like that? Why does he talk like he's trying to seduce people? Why does he talk like, make me shut up, you know? Like, the vacuum says to him, you shut up! And the air conditioner says, what are you gonna do, suck me to death? What the hell? Bro, adults don't write lines like that without knowing what they're doing. Like, what the hell was that? That's the only clip I've seen from that show. No, it was the aircon. Freaky aircon. I saw a clip of Raggedy Ann with Raggedy Ann and the princess like hugging and holding each other, and I was like, oh my god, lesbians. It was so beautiful. An underrated Disney movie? Let me look up Disney movies. Because I bet there is one. Hang on, animated Disney movies. I'm trying to decide what's underrated. I'm not saying Treasure Planet. Everyone says Treasure Planet. And while I like Treasure Planet, I don't like it as much as other people like Treasure Planet. Atlantis! Underrated. Underrated as fuck. Atlantis tends to get left out of Disney movie discussions. Anastasia's not Disney. Atlantis is fucking awesome. Atlantis is like one of my all-time favorite movies. When I was a kid, I was enchanted by it. In fact, I think Milo is one of the reasons I like boy failure characters so much. I think he's one of the reasons. I always think, like, the movie opening is phenomenal. And the dialogue is so good. Like, when he's like, I can't just go away. I have my job, my job, my house, my clothes or something. And she's like, all that's taken care of. And then he goes, my cat, and the cat appears and he goes, my gosh. The dialogue's really well written. And the little French freak that liked dirt. And when the doctor, what's his name, Honey, comes in and just beats him up. He's like, get out of here. It's so funny. Was his name Honey or Sweets? God, I forgot his name, but I really liked the Doctor. The way he spoke, it was just... all the dialogue and all the voice acting in that movie was so, like, so quick and witty and fast and enjoyable all the time. Dynamite guy. Boom. Yeah, I love Oran High School Host Club, to the person asking. It's one of my, it was one of my first anime. Engineer Girl, yeah, she was really good. They were all good. All of them were good. They had many beautiful ladies that were actually awesome in that movie. You want to talk about, like, things you don't understand in a kid's movie? Again, I don't think Disney are going to make movies like this again. Incredible. The Incredibles. That movie is actually pretty adult, like, for the themes. When I first watched that movie as a child, I didn't realize what was happening at the beginning was that guy was committing jumping off a building, and Mr. Incredible was being sued because he wanted to off himself. I had no idea as a child that's what was happening until I rewatched it and I went, what the fuck? That went totally over my head. And I didn't understand Mr. Incredible's job in the future. Like, I didn't get any of that. I was a baby going, haha, movie. And the cheating as well, when Mrs. Incredible thought he was cheating on her. There was so much, and I was like, this is like, these themes are pretty adult. And like I said, Disney are not going to make a movie like that again, because The Incredibles was such proof that kids are not going to recognize this shit. And even if they do, it's still good that they recognize it, you know what I mean? Yeah, the kid's dying in the plane. God, that whole scene. Just anxiety-inducing. When they're like, Mr. Incredible, we killed your whole family. Once again, as a child, I was like, buh. As a child, I was, buh. I was going, action scene. Why crying? Like, I didn't get it. Of course I've seen Road to El Dorado. That's a DreamWorks movie. Road to El Dorado is one of those films where it's like... ignore... ignore the over-sexualization of the non-white characters and ignore some parts of colonization topics here, and it's good. El Dorado is a movie that is good, but it hasn't aged well, and you have to actively kind of go, yeah, it's a bit awkward in parts. You know? Chell, that's her name. Yeah, I think so. Bye-bye. Like, it's a fun movie and it's good, but it can definitely be like, if you look at it through a critical lens, it's like, some parts haven't aged very well. It's still a fun movie though. The dialogue and writing is still good. Yorf. Also, El Dorado was like meant to be gay. Those two guys were gay. I'm not gonna hear it. They were in love. I know gay coding when I see it. I know someone was trying to slip a little bit of homosexuality in there. Oh, Spirit's a masterpiece. I do like Anastasia, but I don't like the whole movie. Does that make sense? Like, her song is one of the best songs ever. The... Once upon a December. That's an incredible song. Far away, long ago, things I yearn to remember. It's an incredible song. But that's the best part of the movie. His favorite Disney movie? Alice in Wonderland. Cinderella and Alice in Wonderland. Ask me why. Ask me why. I can't help you with this one, my guy. That's out of my field. That's not my expertise. But I hope someone can help you. Why? Because Sanji's arc, Whole Cake Island, was both embodying Cinderella and Alice in Wonderland. To the point everyone picked up on it. I do love Alice in Wonderland. Fuck, I love Alice in Wonderland. I've told you guys, Alice in Wonderland is like one of my favorite like medias ever. Not just Disney, just in general, Alice in Wonderland. I really adore it. No, I haven't seen the concept art. Look, the second Whole Cake Island started and there were clear Alice in Wonderland inspirations. I was like, I'm done. I'm done. This is gonna be my favorite arc. Sanji, Fairy Tale, Alice in Wonderland. I was done. It got me from the start. I never watched the film of the three cows, but I do. What was that, Barnyard or something? No, that was the guy cow. That was with the trans cow. Home on the Range, that's what it was called. I never saw that. Ratatouille's pretty good. A rat that can cook. Fuck, that's genius. Why didn't I think of that? Have you guys seen? You probably haven't. I think the writer or director for Ratatouille, either writer, director, producer, I think maybe the writer, he's talking about when they were trying to come up with like the title for Ratatouille. And he got given like a list that was like 2 pages long of titles, and he was like, they were ridiculous. One of them was like Remy's Kitchen, and he said, guys, it's Ratatouille. It's French, it's a food, and it has rat in the title. The name of this movie is Ratatouille. And he's right, it was the best title for it. Give me your finest dish. Okay, but a rat made it. Did you say a rat? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Howdy do, boys.
I'll probably stop streaming in about 2 hours, by the way. Shut up, Danny. Danny, that reminds me, we gotta keep watching Orb. Nino and Danny, you two are like Zoro and Sanji to me. Nino is Zoro because you just entered and Nino was like, shut up. Mr. DCA, the critic guy didn't just like food, he loves it. Also, there's Ratatouille gave us one of the funniest fucking like, is it like a Reddit or 4chan post that's like, gets criticized once, dies. I always think about that. Ratatouille would 100% be Sanji's favorite movie. Anyone can cook. But I'm a full believer he'd also like the princess movies. I think he'd love Because he loves love. Sanji loves romance. He'd love watching these girlies find their Prince Charming. And he'd be like, I can be Prince Charming. He's the princess, but he doesn't know that yet. I think Luffy would like anything, so long as it's not boring. Sanji would love Tangled. Love Tangled. I knew I'd be asked. I was thinking about Nami's fave, and I know Nami wouldn't like want to care for like the Disney princess movies of like, oh, they just want to find a knight, a prince, a boy. I'm telling you, that's more Sanji. That's more Sanji. So I'm trying to think of a different one. Robin would like Lilo and Stitch. I know this in my soul.
Howdy do, boys.
Ohana means family, and family means nobody gets left behind. That would make Robin tear the fuck up. Oh, Nami would love Brave. Thank you. Fuck. Underappreciated movie is Brave. Is Brave a burning dumpster fire? Yes. Is it still a good movie? Yes. I fucking love Brave. Brave meant so much to me when I was younger. It meant so much to me. Oh, Frankie loves Iron Giant. Be good. It's just me, boy! Oh yeah, Road to El Dorado. Nami would like that. I haven't seen the Wolfbreakers. Zoro and Disney movies. What has swords? Also, Brooke would like the Emperor's New Groove. Wait, guys! I know what Luffy's favorite Disney movie would be. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong right now. Tell me I'm wrong. He watched this shit until the DVD broke. I'm not wrong. Also, can I ask, why the fuck did they like sexify a guinea pig? God, gender norms are so weird. Aren't they just so weird? We gotta let everyone know this guinea pig's a girl. Quick, give her eyelashes and nails. It's just so weird. I mean, they still do that. That's Luffy's favorite movie. Guys, Frankie would like Wall-E, and Robin and Frankie would watch Wall-E together. That's their movie. They love that movie. Jinbe and Nemo, that feels like a microaggression. Why? Because Nemo is a fish? And Jinbe's a fishman? Huh? No way. I can't even think what Zoro's would be. I don't know, maybe he'd like Lion King. Doesn't have swords, but it feels like he'd like it. He strikes me as a Lion King fan. I think Mulan would bring too many traumas out of Zoro. Like, Mulan, you can't do this. You're a man. You're a woman. Bro, I think Zoro would stop crying. I think Zoro would look at Wano and start crying. I think Mulan would do too much to him. I think Zoro would like Robin Hood, actually. That feels like it fits him. I think he'd like Robin Hood. Usopp would like Monsters, Inc. Because it's about, instead of scare, we can use laugh. I think he'd really like Monsters, Inc.
Howdy do, boys.
Oh god, you're asking me all these questions. Bitch, I don't know what Law would like. I got no clue. You know what? Stop asking me. How about you guys make things up? Well, I'm like, what's a movie that focuses on like abuse of power and manipulation? Because that's Law's life, right? I'm trying to piece these things together. I don't know, Little Mermaid? Part of the world. I don't fucking know. Tangled, I guess. Probably Tangled, I don't know, maybe. Nami would love Tiana, but she'd be like me and fucking hate that they turned Tiana into a frog for like the whole movie. We're only talking about Disney movies. All I know is it's so much easier to say which Disney movie Sanji would like, because he's the lover boy. He's the one that's enjoying the knights in shining armor and princesses. Oh yeah, Lord likes superheroes, so he would like Incredibles. Hang on, wait. Guys, I've had one more huge brain. So Lord doesn't actually reveal what his favorite movie is because his favorite Disney movie, because this is his favorite Disney movie and he's embarrassed. And this is why he's friends with Luffy. Luffy's favorite is G-Force and his is Underdog. What do you mean?
Howdy do, boys.
It makes sense. This is perfect. Oh, these are not widgets. These are shimejis. Shimeji. S-H-I-M-E-J-I-S. Look up Sanji Zoro Shimeji. You'll get a Twitter link from the artist and you can download them. All the Straw Hats would like Pirates of the Caribbean for different reasons. There's the adventure aspect, the comedy aspect, the fight aspect, the pirate aspect, the romance aspect. Like I keep saying, bro, Sanji's the lover boy. Sanji's the one watching romance movies. Watching Pride and Prejudice. That's him! Oh god, who wasn't SpongeBob pilled? What do you mean people weren't allowed to watch? I love SpongeBob when I could watch it, I just didn't have the channel for it. Why were you not allowed to watch SpongeBob? What? What was so evil about SpongeBob? Look, something that kids like gets popular and then suddenly, oh my god, that's evil. The same thing happened with Pokemon, although to be fair, Pokemon had other things going on. But when Pokemon was first getting popular, like, parents were like, demonic and evil. These parents are like, you can't watch SpongeBob, but then they grew up on like Ren and Stimpy or some shit. Spy movie with the pigeons. Why in the world was there a mini like genre of spy with animals? Spy genre with I want to blame Mission Impossible. I want to blame Mission Impossible. Wait, was Ren and Stimpy 90s? Never mind, they didn't grow up on Ren and Stimpy. Well, I grew up on Ren and Stimpy. That's true. Our parents would have been raised more on like Peanuts. Peanuts and fuck Popeye. I don't know. Yeah, there are settings for them. Oh! Anyway, here are your settings. And then you can also go in, hang on. Your little sidebar here and bring up more of them. There you go, allowed behaviors, blah blah blah. Settings, yep, all of that. I killed them! Sorry, I can't have more than one. Brooke loves High School Musical. How could we forget? I don't think every Straw Hat does know every dance routine in High School Musical, actually. No, I don't think I do know that. I think Vivi likes anything Nami likes. But I also think it's the same way around. But like, I think Vivi likes some things Nami doesn't like, but she tries really hard. I think Vivi would really like Atlantis, and I'm not just projecting. I just think it's because Atlantis is about adventure, and Vivi likes adventure. I always say people mischaracterize Vivi so poorly. She's a very brave, very adventurous girl. She can't sit still. There's literally the scene in Little Garden where Luffy and Vivi want to explore Little Garden together, and Nami and Usopp are like, what the fuck? They're like, wow, Vivi's really brave. Vivi gets so mischaracterized, it's really frustrating. Like, Vivi's braver than Nami. Nami will tell you that. And a princess wanting to save her people? Yeah. Vivi is quite literally a character. She can't sit still. And she loves running off into a jungle to explore it. I miss Vivi so bad. I miss her so bad. I miss her so bad. Vivi's incredibly brave. I hate how mischaracterized she is. Everyone thinks she's just like a good girl who like sits and waits. No, bitch! She's literally a bit of a troublemaker. Like, she's always been a bit of a troublemaker. She'd always worry her own father and her own, like, guards because she was always running around causing shit and doing shit. One thing about Vivi is she can't sit still. She refuses to sit still. To the point she infiltrated Baroque Works by herself, which is why when people go, oh, Vivi's gonna get kidnapped, I'm like, okay, even if she did, she's not gonna just sit there and wait. That's not what she does. She gets so mischaracterized. I've talked about this with Imu. I think Imu's deal with her is Vivi's ancestor, Lily, went against Imu, and the world government, like, was the first one to do that, helped begin the revolution with Joy Boy against Imu, and caused problems. And now Imu is seeing Lily in Vivi, because Vivi, the most powerful thing about Vivi is her voice. Just Vivi's being can convince and help people to side with her. That was the point of Alabasta. Crocodile knew that Vivi's own existence, just being seen and being heard, was so powerful that he had to, like, hide her. He had to muffle her because he knew Vivi could ruin his plans just by speaking, right? And I think Imu sees Lily in Vivi and is scared. I think he's seeing another Lily that will go against him. And Imu wants to stop that from happening. Mm-hmm. Because the thing with Vivi and the Straw Hats, one of the reasons why I was like, oh, I don't think Vivi will be joining the Straw Hats is because she doesn't have a passing of will. All the Straw Hats have a passing of will. Luffy has Roger and Shanks and now Ace, right? Zoro has Kawina and kind of Mihawk at this point. Nami has Bellemere and kind of Nojiko. Usopp has his mother and his father. They both embody the same thing, the same will and ambition, which is why I always say Usopp's father is still important to him. Sanji has Zeph and his own mother. Chopper has Hiriluk and Kureha. Robin has all of Ohara, not just her mother and Professor Clover, but the entirety of Ohara. Frankie has Tom in a big way. Brooke has the Rumbar Pirates. No, not Anne Laboon. Laboon is there, but the Rumbar Pirates are whose will and ambition he's embodying, right? And Jinbe has Fisher Tiger. So I looked at Vivi and I was like, oh, Vivi doesn't have that. But if Lily is who I think she is, and if Lily has done what I think she's done, that's gonna be Lily for Vivi. There's Cobra as well, but there's Lily. I think Vivi is going to want to know what happened to Lily and who Lily was, and that's going to be big for her. I think Vivi is going to embody Lily's will from all those years ago, in the same way Luffy is now embodying Joy Boy. Carrying of will doesn't mean someone is dead, by the way. Because Zeph and Sanji is carrying on Zeph's will. Zeph is alive. Luffy is carrying on Shanks' will. Shanks is alive. They can be alive. They can still be alive. Oh, that's okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound mean. Don't say Zeph died. Don't say Zeph died. No! Don't do that. What's the beef with Shanks? Buggy D Clown, is that you? Is this Buggy's alt account? I say good for Roger. Let's fucking go, Roger. He had to do what he had to do. I'm sorry, every time we talk about Roger and like not having a cook, it just always makes me think about when I made that tweet. That was genuinely just me making an observation and saying, wow, how interesting that Roger's crew didn't have Zoro and Sanji's roles. Like Oda specifically left out cook and fighter. But I got so many people saying, oh, my first mate is on there. I'll never forget that. And how everyone, like so many people found out, no, that's not Zoro's role in that day. That week was fucking crazy. Because it was just people saying, well, I think he is. And me going, that's great, but he's not. No, Rayleigh's first mate. Fighter and first mate are two different roles. First mate is a role. I'll never get over everyone like fighting me about it, and I'm just like, fight Oda, not me. I'm literally telling you what he has shown us for over 20 years. Gabun's the navigator. It's just at the beginning of every single volume, we are literally told their roles. Every volume. And it's always Zoro's the fighter without fail. And it's like, I'm sorry guys. I'm not who you should be arguing with. By the way, is Zoro's epithet now no longer Pirate Hunter? Is it now Master Swordsman? Where's the chapter where they get their new bounties revealed after Egghead? What chapter was that? Nope, that's Egghead. That's way into Egghead. Fuck, when do their new bounties get revealed? King of Hell is like, I'll become the King of Hell, but that's not actually his epithet. Like he said, that's what he'll become, but that's not what he's called. Because Sanji's epithet is Blackleg, right? He's Blackleg Sanji. And Zoro for the longest time was Pirate Hunter. But I think it's been changed Finally. $10.59. Sorry, I meant after Wano, not after Egghead. I'm looking for it now. I think I'm close. Found it. Yeah, I think he's got a new epithet. I'm saying that right. Right? Epithet? It's not epithet, is it? See, look. Oh my god! This is something I didn't notice until recently. Cook Blackleg Sanji. First son of the sea. Master swordsman. Oh fuck, he's still pirate hunter. Never mind. He's still fucking pirate hunter. But he's at least now called like master swordsman. So see, that's his role. He's like Ken. His role is just sword. He's like Ken from Barbie. That's his role. Sword. He's the fighter. So Zoro's role is fighter / swordsman. Those are his roles. So Zoro's helmsman, first son of the sea. Sanji is the cook, and his epithet is Blackleg. Zoro is a master swordsman, but his epithet is still fucking pirate hunter. So yeah, he's still pirate hunter. Like, when anyone meets Zoro, they call him pirate hunter, even though he's not pirate hunter anymore. Because it's like Rayleigh being called Dark King. Rayleigh didn't call himself Dark King. And Gabon being called Master Swordsman. Master Swordsman, I'm so sorry. Mountain Eater. Gabon didn't call himself that. Sanji being called Blackleg, he didn't call himself that. These are the epithets that the world government give them. Mihawk's still Marine Hunter, yeah. My epithet is Scary Pink Lady. Well, he's upgraded to Master Swordsman at least. He used to just be Swordsman. They gave Law Surgeon of Death, like, Nino, do you not remember when he, like, gave the fucking world government, the Marines, all those hearts? That's why he's Surgeon of Death. No, his role is still fighter, because he's a swordsman, right? He fights. Again, at the beginning of every volume, we get their roles. But yeah, you could say his role is Master Swordsman. And that's a really fucking good role to have. I don't know why people think it's not good enough. Well then, yeah, Zoro's role is Master Swordsman. So at the beginning of all the volumes, they call him Fighter. And then on his poster, I guess it says Master Swordsman. This is why Zoro's not going to be first mate. A lot of people think he's going to develop into first mate. On his poster, his role says Master Swordsman. Why would he develop from that into first mate? That's literally what he wants to be. It just doesn't make sense. No, we have all the other ones as well. See? We have navigator, musician, shipwright, sniper, archaeologist, cook, helmsman, and master swordsman. And captain. Yeah. So I suppose that can definitely be right. Master swordsman is definitely considered Zoro's role. He's the swordsman of the crew. That's his job. Sword. This is what I mean. It's like, why are people arguing any of this? I don't get it. I don't get it. He's never referred to ever. That's never his role. First mate is a role in One Piece, and Zoro doesn't have it. Zoro's job is sword. I'll just never get over people saying, but it's not enough, when, again, Zoro's literally always in the fucking ass crack of battle. He is the one in the devil's butthole of any war, and people are like, he's not doing enough. Bitch, what the fuck? Like, what more do you want him to do? Why does he need to be first mate? He worked his Zorusi off in Onigashima as a fighter and a swordsman, and they still think it's not enough. This is what gets me, guys. This is what gets me. Because, okay, say you want to argue that Zoro's the first mate. Let's argue this. What is a first mate's responsibility and role? Right? In fact, let's look it up. Typical task of a first mate. Navigates the vessel or maneuvers the vessel when necessary. So that would be more Nami. Directs anyone on watch, operates like any communications, and assists the captain during special sea or anchor detail. So they make commands when the captain isn't there, right? They order people around when the captain isn't there. And here's my argument. Here's my argument with that. Zoro doesn't fucking order anyone around. No one really, like, again, the Straw Hats will plan together. They don't listen to one person unless that person has an opinion that they are agreeing with. They don't do that. They don't take orders, right? They only give orders when it's an area of expertise. You know what I mean? And then they say, oh, but when Luffy's not there... Okay. How many times has Luffy been there while Zoro hasn't? Or has Zoro been there while Luffy hasn't? That has rarely happened. The only time that has happened is Skypiea and Wano. If Zoro were the first mate, if the crew had to split off like they did in Dressrosa, Zoro should be there. Because that should be his responsibility. Because the crew have to split up, yes? But Zoro's always around Luffy. Because Luffy tends to fight. And Zoro needs to be there to act his role, which is fighter. That's Zoro's fucking job, right? So Zoro very rarely splits up from Luffy. If Zoro's role were first fucking mate, he would have been there with the others when they had to split up and Dressrosa. That's not how this works. And then we get to Wano. If Zoro were the first mate, he'd be leading them in Wano. What the fuck was he doing in Wano? He was fucking around. Luffy even said, I bet Zoro's not doing anything. I bet Zoro's not helping at all.
Howdy do, boys.
Law and Kinemon were the ones taking charge in Wano, not Zoro. Zoro was just fucking around because his job is to fucking fight. He had no one to fight, so he's not going to do anything. Every single time people try and argue that he's the first mate, their evidence is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. They will say that Zoro takes charge and he doesn't. He doesn't. Any example they give me is not Zoro taking charge. It's Zoro offering his opinion of the situation. Right? Or it's Zoro doing something that someone else is also doing. And all the Straw Hats are just talking to each other. They never have a solid fucking reason for it. It's just what they want to see. And it's like, your reasons and your explanation is not first mate. The only thing they could have had is if Zoro took control in Wano, but he didn't. And you want to know the absolute most ironic part? The only time we have seen a crewmate actually lead people when Luffy wasn't there was Sanji. I don't even fucking think Sanji's the first mate. I don't even call him the first mate. But their argument is, well, Zoro wasn't there. Then why is it in Wano, Nami wasn't there, Sanji wasn't there, Luffy wasn't there, you've got the three big guys that you claim will like lead around the crew. Zoro was the only one in Wano that they claim takes responsibility and leadership, and he didn't do shit. And he didn't do shit. Their arguments mean nothing. It's like they ignore Wano. And it's like the only character we have seen lead the Straw Hats when Luffy wasn't there was Sanji. And I don't even think he's the first mate. I never argue he's the first mate. But it's like, their arguments make no sense because I can turn it back around on them. I can turn it back around on them and they go la 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 la, and it's like, there's no arguing it because they don't have an argument, and it's like, fine, whatever, live in your fairy tale land then, I guess, of Zoro needing to be the biggest boy, I suppose. And I just don't know why. I just don't know why, because I don't even care about, like, I don't think there's a first mate, because they always say, well, who do you think is first mate? And I say no one. I say no one. There is no first mate. They think I'm trying to push an agenda. The agenda I'm trying to push is the Straw Hats all listen to each other. They don't all take orders from one person. They can't fathom that I'm not trying to make this a pissing contest. I literally just think the Straw Hats don't operate like that. And they just don't, they don't want to hear it. They never want to hear it. Which is also why I do not think Zoro's going... Because now they're saying, well, Zoro will develop into first mate. Now they're saying that he'll develop. And I'm like, no. I don't think Oda's going to change Zoro's role this far in, simply because that would make Water 7 obsolete. Like, imagine, Zoro, you have to be better, get a new role. That would make Water 7 and Usopp's struggle meaningless. Actually, Usopp, you do need to be someone different. You do need to do something else. Like, what the fuck? He's not gonna develop into first mate. It just feels like copium. Also, if Zoro ever tried to give orders, the crew's gonna fucking bully him. I feel like guys who read One Piece don't pay attention to anything unless Zoro's speaking. And even then they don't pay attention because it's like, guys, Zoro like gets bullied. Don't get me wrong, he can have a serious moment here or there. He has serious moments, but majority of the time, if Zoro tries to take control of a situation, and if Zoro were like, we should do what I say, he's gonna get bullied. He's gonna get bullied, like... They're gonna be like, what the fuck? They're gonna like bully him. Fishman Island was proof of that. Where he tried to make demands on Fishman Island. And Nami was there. Luffy and Sanji weren't there. Jinbe wasn't there. And Zoro tried to make demands. And all of the Straw Hats were like, shut the fuck up! The Straw Hats were like, shut up! What are you saying right now? They were fucking bullying him. It's just ridiculous. They think Zoro has more authority for some reason because they like Zoro more, like the audience, these Zoro fans. Again, I love Zoro, but I can see that Zoro is on equal level with everyone on the crew. Everyone. I don't think Zoro's above anyone on the crew, and they think he is. Because a Zoro dude bro fan is going to respect what Zoro says more than any other character, just because they like him more. I like Sanji a lot. I don't respect what Sanji says more than, like, Usopp. I don't respect what Sanji says more than Zoro. Like, I like him, but I understand he still equals with the crew. It's that simple. That's why it's such a P for me, because it's like, no, you just want Zoro to be that because you think he should have more authority, because you give him more authority in your head. It's that simple. Also, the joke is Zoro very rarely has a good plan. That's literally the joke. Zoro has a good plan once in a blue moon. Because when Zoro made up the plan on Alabasta, Sanji was even like, you came up with this? Zoro very rarely has good plans. Hello. It's literally, well, Zoro's strong, so he has to take authority. Ah, yes. Because your big fat fucking muscles are gonna help in every aspect of being a pirate, aren't they? All of them. Including, like, having to feed the crew and navigate and drive a ship and build a ship. Yes. Of course. There was literally a scene, you're right, and there was a scene in Water 7 where Frankie's family were looking at Zoro being like, big man, and they were like, wow, why isn't this guy the captain? And then they watched Zoro immediately fumble after because he like went the wrong way, and they went, oh, never mind, he's an idiot. Ah! That's the joke, that Zoro looks serious. He looks smart. But he's actually a fucking idiot. I don't understand how that has been a joke of Zoro's for over 20 years. And they still don't know that's his joke. That on the outside he looks like the scary man. But he's actually a fucking moron. That's the joke. Zoro, don't listen to them, baby. Don't listen to them. You as a swordsman, as a fighter, you are Kenaf. You are Zonaf. I see you working hard, Zoro. You don't have to be anything more. You do everything you can and I appreciate you. Right, Luffy, Zoro's the only person that Luffy will like make fun of on the crew for being a fucking idiot. The only one. Luffy doesn't really make fun of the other crew members for being dumb. Zoro's the only one that gets that treatment. That is so telling. That even Luffy can tell. That is so telling of how much of a moron Zoro really is. literally, Luffy found out Zoro was an idiot because Luffy was like, I thought you were a pirate hunter. And Zoro says, I never called myself that. And then he said, I was looking for a specific man, Mihawk, and I sailed out from my island, but I couldn't find my way back, so I had to make a living. I had to get food somehow. And Luffy was like, oh, so you got lost. And Zoro was like, no! No, I didn't! At that point is when Luffy was like, oh, you're an idiot. And he never, ever, ever managed to live that down. I talked about this on Twitter, but with Zoro, it's not just that his directions are bad. It's like he doesn't know the happenings of the Earth. Because, after Little Garden, Zoro was using a cloud. He was following a cloud. He was like, we're following that cloud. And Nami was like, clouds move! And Zoro was like, oh. And then in Alabasta, he was like, the Marines told me to go up, to go north. So I went up here. And Sanji said, north and up are different. It's not just that his directions are bad. It's like he doesn't have a grasp of Earth. Like, like, how the fuck doesn't he know that clouds move? This is why he's a moron. No one ever taught this man anything. I'm also not afraid. Some people get really weird when you call Zoro an idiot. Like they think you hate him or you're trying to make him like dumb, and it's like, no, I like him. I like that he's a dumb. It's really endearing that he's an idiot. I like himbos. If he was smart, he'd be so fucking boring. But I'm not afraid to call him an idiot because Rayleigh called him one. Rayleigh said, one of them doesn't look very sharp. And he was talking about Zoro, and we know he was talking about Zoro because this was just after Luffy released the message to the Straw Hats after Marineford, and all of the Straw Hats understood immediately what Luffy was talking about, was doing, except for Zoro. Zoro was like, wait, there has to be a message, there has to be a message. Rayleigh was clearly talking about Zoro. This is why when people say Zoro and Rayleigh are parallels, I'm like, I think Rayleigh would be offended by that. Because Rayleigh thinks Zoro's a fucking idiot. Rayleigh thinks Zoro's a moron. And he's right. He didn't even know his cock was leaking. Tisk. The fact that Zoro also called Kaku Usopp, like Luffy did. It's just all there. They're clearly dumb and dumber. That is Zoro and Luffy's dynamic. They are dumb and dumber. It's right there. Because I remember saying, I do honestly think Zoro's, like, idiocy is near level with Luffy. Not on the same level, but I do think he's closer than not. And I remember someone was like, no way. No way you're saying Zoro is around as stupid as Luffy. But I think he is. And I always think about Fishman Island when they had the bubble around their ship. And Nami had just explained to them, if you put too much, if you poke bubble, bubble will pop. If you put too much stress on the bubble, bubble will pop. And then Luffy was like, I want to catch those fish. And Zoro was like, yeah, let's compete. Oh! God, thank you, Volta-kun. Thank you so much, Volta-kun. You are far too generous. But then, but yeah, Nami said, if you put too much stress on bubble, bubble will pop. And then Luffy and Zoro were about to start fighting and slashing the bubble to see if they could catch an amount of fish. And Usopp beat them up. Usopp and Chopper beat them up and said, did you not just hear what Nami said? They're idiots. Zoro and Luffy are as stupid as each other. And another one was when Luffy joined the Colosseum fight in Dressrosa, and Zoro was like, why didn't you tell me? I wanted to join the Colosseum fight too. Like, they're just dumb and dumber. The difference between them is Zoro's just not as whimsical as Luffy. He's a bit more stern, but that doesn't make him smarter. Zoro's a little bit more realistic. Stoic stupid, yeah. Zoro's the guy where you're like, wow, they're quiet, they must be smart, but really, he's just got fucking nothing in his head. Limbus, the perfect first mate for Luffy is no one. The perfect first mate for Luffy is the crew. Like, there is no first mate for Luffy because he has his crew. Luffy, like, the reason there can never be a first mate for Luffy is because then he's putting his trust into someone more than the others. Well, you can't joke about this, Limbus. I've been beaten up about it. I've been in the trenches, Limbus. You've activated my fight or flight. You're stupid. Look, if you guys want my super controversial opinion, if gun to my head, if I had to pick a first mate, someone who's not on the crew currently, but I do believe they will be eventually, Vivi. Vivi has proven she is incredibly strategic and she's incredibly capable at leading people. I've always said Luffy needs someone's help to lead his fleet because Luffy's not good at that. And Vivi's right there. I think she'd be incredible at that. She literally has commanded a country. She's very, very good at it. But that's gun to my head. I still don't think he'd have a first mate. I think Vivi would be the diplomat, not the first mate. But if I also had a gun to my head again and I had to pick a first mate in the crew, again, gun to my head, I don't really think this. I'm just going by what logically a first mate is. It'd be Jinbe. I don't know why Jinbe is so overlooked. Jinbe is insanely capable. He was even his own captain of his own crew for a very long time. I don't know why Jinbe's ignored. Jinbe is the reason Luffy is still sailing with the Straw Hats right now. Jinbe and Vivi are the only two characters that have had a Luffy shape the fuck up as a captain moment. They're the only two characters that have had that. Don't get me wrong, Zoro's had the Luffy, this is what a captain is. But he hasn't had, like, Luffy, you're a failure as a captain. Vivi said that to Luffy. Luffy, you're a failure as a captain. That is fucking insane. I've never heard anyone speak to Luffy like that before. Like, Vivi is insane. She's a very strong character of will, right? Vivi is one of the reasons Luffy is even the captain he is today. Jinbe is one of the reasons Luffy's even still sailing with his crew today. Jinbe and Vivi are incredibly influential to Luffy. Insanely influential to Luffy. But like I said, that's gun to my head. I don't think Jinbe's the first mate. I don't think he'll ever be the first mate. But Jinbe is the one with all the qualities to be the first mate. Yeah, saying the Straw Hats don't have a crew hierarchy and then saying, but Zoro's the first mate, I think those are the people that think first mate means first to join. I think those are the people that don't understand first mate is a role, not a number. Like, first mate has never meant first to join. Jinbe feels like a different character after joining. I need you to think about that and think about all the Straw Hats. All of the Straw Hats felt different after joining Luffy. Why do you think that is? Zoro changed after he joined Luffy. Nami changed after she joined Luffy. Even Usopp changed after he joined Luffy. Sanji changed. Robin changed. Frankie changed. Brook changed. All these characters have changed since joining Luffy because that's what the Straw Hats do to them. Chopper changed, right? They've all changed since joining Luffy. They all change in a big way because Luffy makes them happier, makes them more vulnerable, right? Makes them softer. Well, Jinbe drives the ship. Although, to be fair, Jinbe was busy in Egghead. Binge? Jinbe was put to work on Egghead. Frankie, Jinbe, and Sanji were put to work on Egghead. And Zoro, but he was in one spot the whole time. Listen, I don't believe this, and again, I like Zoro. I don't ever slander Zoro because I like him, but Zoro's asthma. I'm afraid Zoro's asthma was funny. Like, where is this coming from? Well, I think Jinbe's going to become more involved when, like, Koala and the revolutionaries appear. The reason Jinbe didn't feel like he was having as much character moments in Egghead is because his own character didn't really have relation to what was happening in Egghead, did it? Right? Frankie had relation to what was happening in Egghead because of Vegapunk. But for Jinbe, it'd be more so, you know, Fishman and the revolutionaries. If he meets Koala, I'm sure he'll be more involved, because I'm sure he's going to see Koala again. Oops. Hang on, what files do you see when I do that? Nothing. Look, I'm just making sure you guys don't get my fucking tax number. I don't think Oda's pushing Jinbe in the background, because I really don't think he's in the background. Like I said, he was involved in Egghead. I just think currently the stories that we've seen do not personally relate to Jinbe. It's similar to what Oda does with multiple characters within multiple arcs. Oda will just make sure he'll stick to essential theme and dynamic and core per arc, and not every character can have that relation per arc, can they? It's just how One Piece works. Because Frankie had a big character drive in a big way in Dressrosa, right? But in Punk Hazard he didn't. Did he? He didn't exactly have that much of a character drive in Punk Hazard, but then he got it in Dressrosa. It's how Oda works. It's how he writes. That way it doesn't get too clunky. But I've also talked about there are characters in the Straw Hats that kind of sit on the same wavelength, and then characters in Straw Hats that need to grow more. And Frankie and Jinbe, and Brook as well, those three sit on that wavelength. Jinbe is a very well-adjusted character. Frankie is a very well-adjusted character. And I think that's important to have. Because if Oda had a whole character, a whole crew of everyone is fucking horribly broken and everyone needs to, like, heal into who they want to be, that's a mess. That's just a mess. I think it's very important as well to show these characters are achieving their dreams. These characters are in a comfortable place. And that's fine. That's where they're allowed to be. I don't think, like, Frankie and Jinbe really need development. I think Frankie and Jinbe exist as stables of the crew. I think they are stability. And I think that's fine. I don't think Jinbe needs a whole cake island. You know what I mean? Like, we got that in Fishman Island. I don't think Frankie needs a whole cake island. They're very stable characters and they are very much allowed to be. Jinbe was fantastic in Whole Cake Island. Jinbe's development was more him understanding he wanted to work alongside Luffy. He wanted Luffy to be his captain. That's what Whole Cake Island was there for. And then Wano after that. I like Jinbe in Wano because I like watching Jinbe realize how the Straw Hats work. Like, he's getting into the groove of things. And then in Egghead, he's figuring it out like a lot more. He's now a lot more comfortable with the crew and how and what he should do and where he should be. He promised in Fishman, but he had shit to do. So there was a showing of what the fuck is Jinbe needing to do. And then Whole Cake Island was the showing of that. And also Jinbe's showing of how dedicated he is to Luffy to go against Big Mom like that. Like, one of my favorite lines is in our Whole Cake Island is when Jinbe is staying back to let the Straw Hats get away, and Luffy says, Jinbe, remember, I'm your captain now. You will come back alive. And Jinbe smiles and says, yes, sir. That's such a fucking good scene, you know? Because it's a showing of just like this new dynamic and this new connection. And like the strength that these two now have together. It was so good. Luffy yelling, I'm your captain now. It is such a good scene. Yeah. Sorry. Jinbe's development is culture shock. Straw Hat culture shock. Keep messing up this line. Again, it's such a good bit that Sanji doesn't know how to like interact properly with men, especially older men, as I keep saying. So he fights them because all Sanji knows is to like banter and argue to show affection, but Jinbe's just nice. So Sanji will like banter because that's how he shows affection to like usually men that he cares about, but Jinbe's just nice to him. That dynamic is just really funny. I'm glad, Limbus. The new cover art is so cute. It is so cute. I have to save it now, actually. Of Nami being scared and Jinbe and Sanji trying to help her cross the ladder. Oh, it's so cute. It's so dastardly cute. Well, fun fact, one of the things I also said when I was like, when Wano was happening and people thought Yamato was going to join, and I was like, one of the only people saying, no, I don't think he's joining. One of the things I said for why I did not think Yamato was going to join is because Jinbe has just joined. And I was like, that's a lot to handle. 2 new Straw Hats immediately. Because Jinbe wasn't officially part of the crew until Whole Cake Island, and Wano is when Jinbe is officially within all the crew, right? And I was like, adding 2 new crewmates in 1 arc, technically, that is a lot to handle. I couldn't see Oda doing that, and he didn't, because I never thought Yamato was going to join. And people didn't quite understand, and I was like, from a writing perspective, that's like hell. That's like really, really tough to deal with. And that's also why I think Vivi is potentially the final Straw Hat, because Vivi's already got a set dynamic with a lot of the Straw Hats. We already know her dynamic with a lot of the Straw Hats, so that would make it a very easy. That would make it easier writing. Here it is. It's so cute. Oh my god, it's so cute. It's just so cute. Jinbe and Sanji trying to help her. Ooh, makes me sick how cute it is. Jinbe's so nice. Fuck. I just love Sanji going, like, you can tell he's going, I'll catch you, I'll catch you. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, make me sick. It's so cute, it's so cute, it's so cute. Oh, it's so cute. It's just so cute. Poor fucking Nami, man. Why the fuck does she have to cross this? Why? I'd be scared of crossing this. Where are they? Like... Sanji, just hold her and skywalk. Like... Why did she have to cross this shit? Frankie leaving Nami to die, and Usopp as well. Oh, it's so cute. Also, Sanji wearing casual clothes and a little backpack. That's adorable. Like, that's just adorable. I don't know. I'm not immune. I'm simply not immune. It's so cute. Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. I feel sick. It's so cute. Everything about this is just so cute. Wow. That's true. I wouldn't go on a hot air balloon. Ever. I'm never going on a hot air balloon. You can't make me. There was someone on Twitter that said, but this is just making me remember in Water 7 when Nami was jumping from building to building and she was so brave about it. And I was like, yeah, because she had shit to do. If Nami has to get shit done, she will get shit done. Why the fuck does she have to cross this ladder? Like, girl, when there's an adrenaline rush and when you're like, I have to save someone I love, you're gonna get shit done. She doesn't need to cross the ladder to save someone. God damn. It's like when people were like weird about Nami being scared of the giant bees at the beginning of Elbaf, and they were like, what? This is a Nami? Nami has always been a scaredy cat. She's always been a scaredy cat crybaby. This is one of the things I like about her. That she is this rough, tough woman, but she still is afraid of a lot of reasonable things. Like, that's kind of why I really like her a lot and why I relate to her a lot. You can be a rough and tough gal, but you can also be scared of things. Like, and she's terrified of bugs. It's a whole thing. She's scared of bugs, and it's like she's waking up in a weird place. Huge bees and bugs are trying to attack her. Fuck, of course she's gonna cry and go, where the fuck am I? Help me. She's always been like that. I just feel like people forget about her. Or forget how she really is. It's super strange. Like, the fact that Nami will openly cry like that. Like, it's one of the reasons I like her so much. I like that she's a bit of a crybaby and a bit of a scaredy cat, but she still gets shit done when she needs to. I really like that aspect of her. And that's another thing, like with Vivi, right? This is why I say Vivi gets so mischaracterized. I feel like what they put on Nami is what Vivi is. I think that's Vivi. Vivi is not a crybaby. Vivi is not a scaredy cat. The whole point of Alabasta is she doesn't cry. She would never cry until Luffy got that out of her, and Luffy said, so even a princess can cry. Vivi's not a crybaby, but people think she is because of that one scene where Luffy finally got her true emotions out of her, and Luffy said, so princesses cry too. But Vivi's not a crybaby. People really switch around Nami and Vivi's personalities. It's super weird. One of Nami's best moments, though, speaking of her like being cool, is definitely in Whole Cake Island, where she had the plan to electrocute Big Mom into the fucking ground. God, that was... I remember I got like shivers from that when she said, Sanji, pick me up and keep running. I was like, oh, she's standing on business. And when she was destroying all the mirrors on the ship as well with everyone. Oh, she's so cool. Yeah, that's a good scene too, but everyone knows that one. And also when Ulti, when she was scared of Ulti, but then Ulti hurt fuck, what was her name? How could I forget it? I always remember Otama. When Ulti hurt Otama and Nami was like, nah, I can't back down now. I have to beat the shit out of this girl. Oh, I love her. The way people forget or overlook Chopper, every time someone says Chopper doesn't do a lot in the time skip, once again, I know they're not paying attention. Punk Hazard was fucking huge for Chopper. That was huge. Punk Hazard was an insane showing of Chopper's own willpower and Chopper's own person. Punk Hazard was like as much of a Chopper arc as it was like a lore introduction arc, you know what I mean? Chopper was in the heart of Punk Hazard. But Chopper didn't fight. Chopper didn't fight, so it doesn't mean anything. As always, apparently it only matters if a character gets a 1v1. That's the only time it matters. That's the only time anything means anything. As if Punk Hazard wasn't an incredible showing of Chopper's character. Right, Chopper's the doctor. Oh, it's almost like there's a role on the crew. I've had it. I've had it, guys. Choniki. It does really frustrate me when people look at Wano and they look at the smile fruits and they say, "Ba ba ba, why did no one cure that?" And that really frustrates me because the way I read that is the smile fruits are more like a disability than a sickness. And the way Wano was supposed to shape out is, yes, these people are forced to smile even through hell. And the way you help them is you heal the country, right? The way you help someone who is disabled is you fix like the people and the society around them to make things more livable for them. Is that not the case? A lot of the time when people try and like fix a disability, it actually hinders someone who is disabled. A good example of that is like a robot arm or a plaster like arm. There are many cases of anyone who doesn't have an arm, they'll actually tell you that that doesn't really help them, that just makes them look more normal to everyone, but that's not something they will actually wear all the time, right? So when I look at the smile fruits and when I look at Wano, I never saw it as they have to fix these people specifically. It's the reason they're in hell is because they are forced to smile even through starvation, even through a dictator tormenting them. The way to heal them and to fix them is to help the country they are living in. So their smiles are actually authentic now. They're no longer smiling through hell. They are able to smile in a better country and a better place that is actually supporting them. I always saw smile fruits as a disability, not as a sickness. Which is why I think Oda even said something like that. I think someone asked him, why didn't Chopper and Law heal the smile fruits? And he made an SBS like, because not everything like is a sickness to be cured, right? I'm pretty sure he even said that. Like the real disaster of the smile fruits, oops, was the fact that these poor people were forced to smile through hell. If you fix Wano and you fix the country, they're no longer smiling through starvation, are they? Because that's what Kid did for Killer. kid was like, I'll kill anyone who laughs at you. And the whole crew would laugh with Killer, would smile with Killer. They literally adjusted themselves to help Killer. I feel like that was the message there. Like, guys, think about it. If someone can't walk and they're in a wheelchair, what would help them more? Adding $1 million rockets to their wheelchair so they can levitate, or just making sure every building is wheelchair accessible? Or we just try and heal them point blank so they can walk. But hey, that's not gonna happen, is it? I wouldn't turn down a rocket chair. Dun, 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 dun. Guys, you know Marvel Rivals? So surely eventually they're gonna put Xavier, Professor Xavier, in Marvel Rivals, right? I want him in the chair. I want him in his wheelchair. Because I want to fly around in his wheelchair and hurt people. I demand him in the wheelchair if he's ever put in Marvel Rivals. But here's the question. For the ragdoll physics with Xavier, so say you get killed as Xavier, right? Would you prefer he just fall with his chair, or his ragdoll body goes flying out of the chair? These are the real questions we have to ask. No, my love. All right, it's 8 o'clock. I'm done. I'm done for the day. It's been 6 hours. It's been a good and productive stream. We are done for the day. I'll be back tomorrow to keep working. I've got a lot to do. Thank you so much for the subs, everyone, especially you, Voltakun. You were very generous today. I always really appreciate it, and I appreciate how you support me. And I'll get in my box. Right. All right. Thanks, everyone. I super duper whooper ooper looper appreciate it. I am now going to go have my dinner, and I am going to rest up to keep working tomorrow. See you tomorrow, probably around the same time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, 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 bye. What?